Unmute. What is that? Yeah. You should be able to hear it then, huh? Turn it up. I ain't never seen a phone connected to the Zoom. Yeah, you got the Zoom app, and then you can put the meeting number in the Zoom app. Right.
Mr. Brooks, you'll
And
need
then
to
it be
mute.
on the phone be on there like that?
No.
Mr.
Yeah, I ain't
Brooks,
never
Montez
seen
Brooks,
another
you're
page.
Brooks.
You hang it
mute.
up.
The 14th District Court is now in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning, and I apologize about my delay in the meeting. Mr. Ganatra, can you start us off, please, sir?
Morning, Your Honor. Nimesh Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people. Your Honor, at this time, the people move to waive any conflict between the Honorable Court and the Office of the Public Defender. The Prosecutor's Office does not believe a conflict exists, but if there is one present, we waive that for all the cases today between the Prosecutor's Office and the Public Defender's Office before this Honorable Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
We are enthusiastically ready, Your Honor. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender. We do not believe that any conflicts exist in this court hearing these matters. If a conflict were to arise, we would waive that conflict in order for the court to hear these matters.
Thank you. And from the court's perspective, the court also does not believe a conflict exists either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent a conflict exists, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matters. Court does call the cases of the people versus Donald Robert Lee.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
On behalf of Donald Lee. Mr. Lee, can you please state your name?
Donald Robert Lee.
Thank you, sir. All right, and what are we doing on these?
And Your Honor, we're asking for a 2-week adjournment on Mr. Lee's cases. I was able to meet with Mr. Lee earlier this morning, which is the time the MDOC would let me meet with him. It was a productive conversation, and I do believe we should be able to resolve this in 2 weeks.
And just to be clear for the record, Your Honor, this is a defense request for adjournment. The defendant is in MDOC custody and has notified us of his 180-day request. I do not object to the defense request for an adjournment.
Good. Probable cause conference will be adjourned to October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue on these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court does call the case of the people versus James Lyle.
Nimesh Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Lyle. Mr. Lyle, please unmute and state your name for the record.
James Lyle.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about my technical issues earlier. You should have a plea sheet in your file for Mr. Lyle. He is prepared to enter the plea on that, Your Honor.
All right. The plea form before me indicates that the defendant would be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of the use of cocaine, the 1-year offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. That's the court's entire understanding of the agreement.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is correct, Judge.
Mr. Lyle, raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So,
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. State your name again, please, sir.
James Lyle.
All right. Mr. Lyle, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of use of cocaine. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $2,000 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge and you would be sentenced before Judge Barr in the 14A2 District Court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
Parole.
All right. You're on parole at this point?
Yes.
All right. You understand that your entry of a plea in this case could be considered a violation of that parole. And if it is considered a violation of your parole, you could be sent back to do the remainder of your term. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And understanding that, do you still wish to enter this plea?
Yes, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
Nothing other than that it was supposed to been getting time served with this.
That's not part of
with this plea.
Mr. Lyle, when we talked this morning, that's not part of the plea agreement, but you have a lot of time served, so the judge may give you time served. That's what I told you.
Oh, well, that was my understanding of the plea.
Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Lyle, well, you can do it today or you cannot do it today. I'm fine either way, but that is not officially part of the plea.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm still pleading guilty.
Okay. And you do understand that a sentence of time served is not part of this plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any manner to enter this plea?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And also because you believe that you're indeed guilty of this offense, sir?
Yes.
On the date of August 11, 2022, at the location of 349 Orchard, Ypsilanti City, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, did you have cocaine in your possession?
Yes, sir.
Had you used it?
Yes.
And did you know what you were using was cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have I complied with the court ruling? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
You have, Judge.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 1482 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
October 25th at 11 a.m. Judge Barr.
October 25th, 2023, 11 a.m. Judge Barr.
Thank you
Bond
very
continues. Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Kendall Newburn.
We are unequivocally ready in this matter, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lou Danner for the people.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Newburn. Mr. Newburn, please state your name for the record.
Kendall Newburn.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. We are respectfully requesting this matter be set for a preliminary examination. We may, however, need to have this set for a special date.
Pardon?
We may need to have this set for a special date, one, so that we think.
Understood. It is a homicide.
Yes.
I have.
What date?
Is there some desire to have it I guess sooner? The people would be requesting a later date just to make sure we have all witnesses available, and that if I'm going to be doing it or someone else is going to be doing it, just to get that taken care of.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we factored in. So a later date will be fine with us.
When you're talking later, I have the 31st, the 7th, or the 14th, or did you want to go beyond that, gentlemen?
Okay, actually, Mr. Overwater will be conducting it. Mr. Overwater, are you on and available?
I am on. I'm assuming we're going to want a date in November, Judge.
You're gonna want a date in November. All right.
Yes, sir.
No, I was November 14th. I'm looking at Washington. So, okay, gotcha. Preliminary examination will be November 14th, 2023, 9 a.m. That's before Judge Burke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bond will continue. All right, thank you. Court calls the case of People versus Russell Koval.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maria Rosinski on behalf of the people, seeking permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Nimish Ganatra.
Permission to practice is granted. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Koval. Your Honor, we received an offer this morning, and I would like a little bit of time to discuss that with Mr. Koval. We're asking for a 1-week adjournment and to address bond.
Mr. Koval, can you state your name, please?
Russell Koval.
All right. Preliminary or probable cause conference in this matter will be adjourned out 1 week to October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. As to bond, briefly.
Your Honor, Mr. Koval is a retiree. He's worked his whole working life, over 40 years in Michigan. He has only had one prior contact with the criminal justice system of domestic violence 7 years ago. This is, we're asking that the court consider these things. He can reside with his brother and has no objection to a GPS tether, and to having whatever conditions that the court would put in place for the safety of the complainant.
Response.
Your Honor, the people would ask that bond remain the same. The prior domestic violence charge was with the same victim. And in this case, The defendant pushed the victim to the floor and put all his body weight on her, punched her in the head multiple times and strangled her. She lost consciousness and thought she was going to die. He kept saying he'd kill her, and when she tried to escape through the back door, he pulled her back in by the hair. The victim suffered a concussion, had a clump of hair ripped out, had blood on her pants, bloodshot eyes, swelling around her neck, and a cut on her nose. And she stated that this lasted around 2 hours.
Your Honor, again, Mr. Koval is willing to not go back to the family home, not have any contact with her. There are a few things that he shared with me regarding his health and specifically sleeping and medication he takes that I believe, or he believes, might have impacted that situation. Again, in all the time that they've been together, it's been 7 years since that previous incident, and this is not the norm, and we are hoping that the court will give him this opportunity.
In looking at the bond sheet and the notes from the magistrate, he did say, or at least it's indicated here, that he would kill her. And specifically, it's noted that he called her mother saying, I want your mom to hear your last breath. And he called the sister and brother-in-law also.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I just did want to say that in terms of the police report did not include any mention of the calling of his mother, but in terms of the calling of the sister and his brother-in-law, he did, at least the way the police report read, call them to help with diffusing the situation. But again, I do believe that there are some extenuating circumstances related to that whole night.
Maybe at some point we'll get that out, but based upon what I'm seeing here, most of her bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case People versus Charles House.
Maria Sinski on behalf of the people.
All right.
Ready, Judge. Torsho Feaster, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Charles House. Mr. House, please state your name for the record.
Charles House.
Thank you, Judge. My understanding that we were here a couple of weeks ago, at which time Ms. Gaines was looking into some services for Mr. House. It appears our AIM division is working with Ms. Sarah Stewart at the jail to get him some services. And I believe we need about 4 weeks adjournment to try to get that completed and any mitigation information that comes out of that. What's that, Mr. House?
You said 4 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm asking.
Probable cause conference then will, without objection, be adjourned to November 9th, 2023. 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey,
Thank you.
I want to inquire about my phone privileges.
I believe Mr. House had a hearing with Ms. Gaines in your honor on this a couple of weeks ago. I think your honor at that time suspended his phone privileges. Mr. House and I have not broached that subject, but it sounds like he's asking that your honor consider reinstating his phone privileges. I'm sure he'd have no objection to a block on whichever phone number he allegedly or did call. That was the nature of the original hearing on the phone call, Judge.
Well, his phone privileges weren't suspended.
Oh.
He admitted to 2 violations of regarding phone contact. And I revoked his phone privileges, and I see no reason to change that at this point.
Okay. We'll be in touch, Mr. House, and we'll file a motion if we find it necessary, Mr. House. So we'll talk. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah. Court does call the case People versus, is it Conjule Burton?
Maria Sinski on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Burton. Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Jura Burton.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would like to set this matter for preliminary exam, and then I would like to address bond when appropriate.
Are all discovery issues taken care of?
We are still looking for video but Mr. Burton.
And why
does
am I
not
setting
want-
it for a preliminary examination
Mr.
if
Burton does
discovery is
want
not
this
done?
adjourned.
What?
Mr. Burton has informed me he does not want to have this adjourned.
All right. I'm going to indicate so that the judge that this is assigned to that you're basically waiving presentation of that discovery prior to preliminary examination. You understand that, Mr. Burton?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Preliminary examination in this matter will be set in person on, where's that date?
24th, I'm sorry, Judge.
I see you scratched it out. October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m., and that is before Judge Barr. Bond will continue.
Could I address Bond?
Or
Thank
you wanted to address Bond? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Burton is wondering if it would be possible to be released on a home confinement tether. He does have a home in Tipton, Michigan, where he lives with his wife and children.
Response.
Your Honor, the people would ask that bond remain the same. In this case, the victim and the defendant were dating, but taking a break, and the defendant was let into the victim's home by the roommate. And the defendant pulled a gun on the roommate and on the victim, and the roommate was able to escape the trailer and call for help. And the victim was able to close the door on the defendant and also call for help. And they were both afraid that the defendant was going to kill them with the gun. And he does have a previous CSC first, weapons, firearm, and armed robbery that he was found guilty for in 1992.
Any response to that?
No response, Your Honor.
Motion for bond reductions denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus Danzel Owens.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ally Zund on behalf of the people seeking permission to practice pursuant to Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Nimish Ganatra.
Permission to practice is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Owens. Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Denzel Owens.
Thank you. And Your Honor, for this one, we would like to adjourn for the video discovery.
Cause conference will be adjourned October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. for discovery reasons. Yes.
At this time, the people would be asking that his phone privileges be revoked. He's started calling the victim on October 4th in three-way connections with his mother, and then continued on with direct calls to the victim. And in one of the calls, he acknowledges that he knows he's not supposed to be calling her, as it could result in additional charges. And so at this time, we think his phone privileges should be revoked.
Any response?
No response, Your Honor.
The defendant's phone privileges are hereby ordered revoked. If you wish the court to consider that or reconsider that, then you may set a hearing. But at this time, his phone privileges stand revoked. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the people versus Lawrence Glenn Powers.
Ally Zund on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kiriakin-Ruli on behalf of Mr. Lawrence Glenn Powers. Mr. Glenn Powers, could you state your name for the record, please?
Lawrence Glenn Powers.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing on these three cases?
Your Honor, Mr. Glenn Powers would respectfully request that this matter be set for preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination in person will be set October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m., and that is before Judge Barr. Bond will continue. in these matters. You. Nobody else. Court does call the case of the people versus Shatia Gibbs.
Maria Rosinsky on behalf of the people.
Sandra White on behalf of Shatia Gibbs.
Shatia Gibbs.
Ms. White,
Yes.
this is another one.
Yes.
Jeez, oh Pete. All right. You're permitted to withdraw. I think they've appointed Miss Constantino. Is she here?
Yes.
Oh,
you
there
have.
she is.
Judge, good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Christina
You're welcome.
Costantino appearing on behalf of Ms. Gibbs.
All right. And what are we doing on this today?
Your Honor, given that I was just appointed on the matter, I am requesting an adjournment of the PCC so I can get full discovery and have an opportunity to have some meaningful discussions with my client.
All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned to November 2nd.
Thank you very much, Judge.
2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. You do the same. I think I got it. Court does call the case, People versus William White Jr. 2 cases.
Maria Rosinsky on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. White. Mr. White, would you please state your name for the record?
William White Jr.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are requesting to be able to address bond and also an adjournment in order to have more time to look at the media and receive other discovery.
Cause conference in this matter will be adjourned October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. as to bond.
Your Honor, Mr. White is employed. He's been working at Chipotle for several years. He has his own residence. He does not reside with the complainant. He indicates that he will return to court. We are asking that the court consider releasing him on a GPS tether so that the court would be aware of where he was at all times, and that he only be allowed to go from home to work. He has, and back, he has no objection to that.
The second case, the bribing, intimidating, interfering witnesses and obstruction of justice charge, that flows out of the other case. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So while on bond on the one case, he picked up a new charge of potentially bribing, intimidating, or interfering with witness and obstructing justice. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Go
Your
ahead.
Honor, I believe that he was arraigned on this case, the two cases at the same time. I'm not aware of him being out on bond on the domestic case. My understanding is he was arraigned on both at the same time.
But the nature of the charge comes out of, he might have been arraigned at the same time. Okay, but the nature of the offenses come out of the other case. Is that correct? That was a question.
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
Motion for bond reduction denied. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Case of People versus Samuel Grievous.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Willenbring on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender, with and on behalf of Mr. Grievous. Could you please state your name for the record, sir?
Mr. Grievous, can you state your name?
Oh, Samuel Grievous, sorry.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Ms. Willenbring has informed me that there is a supplemental report coming hopefully sometime today. And while I do trust that it is hopefully going to be here, I would like to adjourn possibly for just 1 week on this matter so that we can review those supplemental reports with Mr. Grievous.
Probable cause conference, October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
19. Court calls case People versus Brandon Fortson.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
An Assistant Public Defender, Emily New, on behalf of Brandon Fortson. Mr. Fortson, can you please state your name?
What are we doing?
And Your Honor, we're asking to set this case for a preliminary examination.
All discovery issues taken care of?
So there is a possible pending charge coming. I don't want to create delay in this case because of that, but as far as I know, there would be.
Is the
discovery
charge
if the
related to this
granted.
case, or is it just in a different case?
It's drugs from this traffic stop that are at the lab that I do not have results on. So they would be added to this case. However, I mean, I'm not waiving my right to bring a second case should the defense push this case forward too quickly.
Preliminary examination will be set in person October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Washington.
Thank you.
Bond continued. Court calls case of the People versus Abraham Altamini.
Alex Chabalowski for the People.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Altamimi. Mr. Altamimi is here. He's been having technical difficulties, so I don't know if he's going to be able to state his name for the record. But Mr. Altamimi, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Mr.
All right.
Altamimi. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. All right, what are we doing on this?
Judge, there's still some video that's outstanding on these matters. Some of it has been tendered, but Mr. Chabalowski indicated that there's another video that they don't have yet. So I'd ask to adjourn the PCC so we can get the video.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Altamimi, call me when you have a phone.
Okay, I will. You said my court date is October 23rd?
November 2nd.
November 2nd? All right, thank you.
That was close. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case People versus Zachariah Haruska Dennis.
Morning again, Alex Chabalowski for the People.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Haruska Dennis. Mr. Haruska Dennis, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Zachariah Haruska Dennis.
Your Honor, with regard to the MDOB charge, the police reports, I don't have them on base yet, so I'd ask to adjourn this matter for 1 week.
You want to adjourn both cases, though, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We're hoping to seek a global resolution with these two matters and other misdemeanor matters.
Probable cause adjourned October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
19.
Court calls case of the People versus Christopher Smith.
Marie Wasinski on behalf of the people.
And Edward Drukas on behalf of Christopher Smith. There are two things we'd like to do today. One would be to set this for a preliminary examination, and the other is to address bond.
Mr. Smith, can you state your name, sir?
Christopher Smith.
Thank you. Preliminary examination will be set in person October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr. As to bond.
With regard to bond, if he were to be released, he's unable to post the current bond. However, he would be residing in Detroit. We do have an address that he could potentially be stay at, and he works in Detroit. He would not have any connection to Washtenaw County. And these are the only things that are currently pending for him, so. We would not be
Response.
opposed to a tether.
Your Honor, we would ask the bond remain the same. In this case, the defendant came at the victim with a hammer and tried to hit her with it and then pushed her to the ground. They have a history of domestic violence, and the defendant also has a previous police officer fleeing third in 2002, found guilty, an arson house, 2005, guilty, an attempt to possess dangerous weapon in 2001, guilty. And in addition, the defendant has been contacting the victim from the jail. He's called her 24 times since he's been in there, since October 1st. So we would ask that his phone privileges be revoked.
Any response to any of that, Mr. Durkis?
The allegations regarding a hammer, I think are in a little bit of a dispute because the allegations, I think, are a little bit different. I haven't, not aware of any phone calls that he's been making. But I wouldn't, when I talked to him, he said he would not have contact with her if he were to be released.
Well, they have phone privileges. Certainly you can have a hearing on that, but at this time, the defendant's phone privileges are revoked. The request for bond reduction in this matter is denied. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Aaron Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Jackson.
Sorry, Judge Alex Chabalowski for people.
Your Honor, we are here to
Mr.
address.
Jackson, can you state your name, please?
Yes, Aaron James Jackson.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Gaines.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're here to address two things. We'd like to address bond as well as to set Mr. Jackson's case for a preliminary exam.
Preliminary examination in this matter will be set in person October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. That'll help you. Yeah, Judge Barr. As to bond.
Your Honor, as you can see, Mr. Jackson has in fact turned himself in. He has been sober at this point for, he states, 17 days. I believe that we addressed previously that he has been going to support meetings throughout this time. In fact, his sponsor is the one who dropped him off at the jail. Mr. Jackson reports having a very supportive.
Before you go on, Ms. Gaines, did he turn himself in or did he get picked up?
He turned himself in. That's what I'm saying. His sponsor.
Finally?
Yes.
17 days ago?
Your Honor, his sponsor drove him to turn himself in Tuesday. He states he's been clean
This past
17
Tuesday?
days. Yes, Your Honor.
But I ordered him in on September 21st and he didn't turn himself in.
That is correct. As I was,
And so now you want me to release him?
I'm asking that you release him on Scram Tether. As I was about to say, he has a very supportive community, and he has continued to maintain his contact specifically with his recovery community, which played a crucial part, and that with his 17 days sober in having his mind and for him to turn himself in. It is at the very beginning stages of his recovery, but he has been able to recognize the importance of turning himself in and of dealing with this matter. Mr. Jackson has had, as you're aware, a while ago, some criminal history, and he's worked very hard and had a period of sobriety so that he could get his own place, have a job. He has a very supportive community at his job, in his sobriety, in himself turning himself in. So we are asking that he be given the opportunity to be on Scram Tether, to go back to the community and to work. He also has been in communication with our social work team, and they are working with him to get him into an outpatient treatment program so he can keep his keep his employment and all the things that he's worked all these years to build up. If Your Honor is not going to release him, we would ask that in the alternative that upon either a payment of a $5,000 10% cash bond, or in the alternative upon showing his appointment for intake for substance abuse treatment, that he be able to be released.
I don't need a response. The defendant waited almost 3 weeks after the court ordered him to turn himself in on his schedule. Doesn't work that way. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Travis Williams.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher on behalf of Mr. Williams. Travis, can you state your name for the court, please?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, today is the date and time set for a probable cause conference. I've spoken with Mr. Ganatra. I'm requesting an adjournment. I just was assigned this case yesterday, so I need to get discovery and review it with my client.
Cause conference without objection, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Ganatra.
Court calls the case, People versus Amanadu. I'm sorry.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Lower Water Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Amadou.
Yes. Mr. Amadou?
Yeah, he is here.
He is?
Yes.
Where? Oh, there he is. Mr. Amadou?
Yes, sir.
You have a camera?
Yeah.
Thank you. State your name.
Amar Amadou.
All right, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Chabalowski and I are in intense negotiations on this matter. We need a little more time to get it resolved. I'd ask to adjourn it 2 weeks. And hopefully we'll have a resolution then.
Probable cause conference, November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Court calls the cases of the People versus Cecile Bates. 3 cases.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of Mr. Bates.
Mr. Bates,
Do not have him checked in.
he is not checked in.
I received a receipt by me in account.
He's not checked in. We received, who did we receive that? Okay, he may be in Macomb County. Have you checked?
I have not, Your Honor, and the phone number we have for him is turned off, so that will make sense. Could we pass this and I will check right now?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, why don't I do it this way? Why don't I adjourn it out to November 2nd? And then that way, if he is in Macomb County, that'll give enough time to get the writ and get him here. So I'll adjourn this to November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue in these matters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the People versus Cameron Curtis.
We are pleasingly ready in this matter, Your Honor.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
And Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Cameron Curtis. Mr. Curtis, please state your name for the record.
Cameron Gates Curtis.
Your Honor, today is the date and time set for probable cause conference. We are respectfully requesting to have this matter set for preliminary examination, and we would like to address bond briefly.
All right, all discovery is complete.
As far as we know, yes, we have all the discovery.
Preliminary examination will be set October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. I'm sorry, before Judge Washington. As to bond.
Your Honor, my client is respectfully requesting that his bond be reduced to $5,010. He does have a job in Belleville, Michigan at the Red Oak. He is employed as maintenance. He lives in Belleville. He will follow all strictures and requirements of the court. He will appear to all future court dates. He has no place to which he would flee.
Response.
Your Honor, at this time, we believe the bond is appropriate and ask that it be kept the same. In this, the victim and him had been dating on and off for 7 years. She stated that he assaulted her multiple times over the previous 3 days, and the first assault occurred when he got angry at her and she was trying to calm him down. He then strangled her by grabbing the front of her throat with his hands. She tried to get away from him. He then grabbed her hair and attempted to force her into a room. She was then able to get away and fell into the concrete as she was trying to escape. She then got into her mother's car, who just arrived, and he came up to her in the car and slapped her in the face. Officers saw injuries to her neck, face, and arms when they arrived. He also has a 2021 DV conviction, another 2021 DV conviction, and then a 2021 malicious destruction of a building misdemeanor conviction. So we believe bond is appropriate at this time.
Your Honor, my client, of course, denies the allegations in this matter. He feels that he will be vindicated at preliminary examination.
Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Court calls case People versus Jordan Amadou.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
I messed that up. Tell me. Amadou in there. I don't know.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Odumodu.
That's exactly what I said. All right. Sir, can you state your name?
Jordan Odumodu.
Okay. All right. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we're asking for a brief adjournment to receive some additional discovery.
You want 1 or 2 weeks?
1 week, please.
Let's hope we have it. Probable cause conference, October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus David Hamlin.
Your Honor, we are exceedingly ready.
Exceedingly ready. He is really happy today.
Your Honor, Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief, who is really happy today, appearing with an overview of Mr. Hamlin. Mr. Hamlin, please state your name.
Yes, David Hamlin.
Thank you.
Today is the date and time set for the probable cause conference. We are respectfully requesting this matter be set for preliminary examination.
All discovery complete.
Your Honor, as far as we know, we have the discovery.
Thank you. Preliminary examination will be set in person, October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus DeAndre Davis. DeAndre Davis. Need a prosecutor. Who was it? Mr. Chabalowski.
Yes, sorry, Judge. I'm Chabalowski for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kerry, I can rule, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Dandre Davis. Mr. Davis, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm DeAndre Davis.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Judge, we're requesting an adjournment. Mr. Davis has another case that's scheduled for probable cause on the 19th. So we're asking that this date be moved to that date as well, so that the people can formulate an offer relating to both cases.
So next week?
Yes.
Probable cause conference without objection, October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Deontay Brooks.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Caraher, representing Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, can you state your name for the court?
Deontay Brooks. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Morning.
morning,
And
sir.
Your Honor, my apologies. I was assigned late yesterday and I was kind of stuck in court, so I did not get an opportunity to meet with Mr. Brooks, but I also do not have discovery in this matter yet. So I would be requesting an adjournment and letting Mr. Brooks know I will meet with him as soon as I can.
No, he's out.
He's out. Okay, good enough. Probable cause conference in this case will be adjourned November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Found continued.
And Mr. Brooks, I'll put my number in the chat for you, okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Court calls case People versus Donald Wright.
Kelly Zund on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily No on behalf of Donald Reich. Mr. Reich, can you please state your name?
Donald Reich.
All right. What are we doing?
And Your Honor, we would like to address the bond violation and then set the matter for a preliminary examination.
Okay, what bond violation? Well, I'm sorry. I probably see it here.
Your Honor, I only got a report from Community Corrections. I actually haven't received the police report.
I have an October 10th bond violation indicating he was on a GPS tether, prohibited from going to 1550 East Clark Road. On October 7th at approximately 5:05 p.m. After hours monitoring received an exclusion zone alert. They attempted to contact the defendant. They did not get through to him at 5:13. They contacted Metro Dispatch to respond. At 6:01, they received a call from Simpson and advised defendant was in custody. So he was in the exclusion zone and did not respond when called, which is all part of his release on tether.
And Your Honor, so Mr. Reich, I did speak. That's the report I had a copy of. And I did go over that with Mr. Reich. Mr. Reich was shopping at the Dollar Tree on Ford and Holmes. This is a shopping center. He'd actually gone to that shopping center prior, since being released on the tether, but prior to the violation to get a certified check or a cashier's check. There was no issue. When he parked in the parking lot, there was no issue. When he went into the Dollar Tree, there was no issue. His alarm on the tether started going off when he was in the back of the Dollar Tree and like where they have their paper products. He walked back to the front, it stopped, he went home. Home being the Grand Boulevard address he was staying at, not, within the exclusion zone. When he got to the Grand Boulevard address, the police pretty much arrived right when he did. So they saw him bringing in his groceries. He gave them a receipt that was time-stamped showing that he had been shopping at the Dollar General around 5:05 p.m. It was an honest mistake. Mr. Reich knows not now that he should just not go to that shopping center. It's too close to the exclusion zone, so close that when he's in the back part of the stores, it will go off. We're asking that Your Honor reinstate his personal bond, given that this was a mistake. And I do believe if we had gotten the police reports in time, it would corroborate Mr. Reich's what happened. And for those reasons, Your Honor, we're asking for release.
Any response?
Your Honor, we would ask that bond be kept the same right now and be addressed at exams. In this case, him and the victim were in a relationship. They were hanging out and he just became upset. He then, while she was trying to grab her belongings, he grabbed her shirt collar, pulled her to the ground, was dragging her across the apartment to the kitchen, and the shirt collar was choking her. When officers arrived, they saw she had a burn mark from the shirt being pulled so hard on her neck. She was then able to
I get
escape.
all that, counsel, but the reality is he was released on a PR despite all of those alleged facts. The only issue that is keeping him in now is the alert that went off, which it is claimed that he was in the area, but it sounds like there was not an intentional violation. It sounds like he was in a store.
If that's what it is, Your Honor, we would just ask that it be addressed at the exam.
Your Honor, Nimish
Supplement-
Ganatra for the people. Your Honor, Nimish Ganatra for the people. I did discuss this with Ms. Enda, and we'll leave it in the court's discretion. Obviously, we have concerns about the victim's safety, but we understand the nature of the purported violation.
Thank you. Preliminary examination in this matter will be set for October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. That is before
Judge Barr.
Judge Barr. Defendant's previous, given those circumstances, previous PR bond with its conditions is reinstated. Defendant may be released. And sir, do not go to that store.
I certainly won't.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
To 10,000 PR.
Thank you.
Yeah. Court calls the case of the people versus Gerald Turner.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marcia Creech on behalf of Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, can you please state your name?
Turner.
Your Honor, Mr. Ganatra and I are trying to resolve this case, but Mr. Ganatra has requested some mitigation information. I thereby respectfully request a 2-week adjournment so I can provide that information to Mr. Ganatra.
Without objection, probable cause October 26, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank
Will
you, Your
be
Honor. You have
adjourned
an
that
excellent day.
I will. Fine. Court does call the cases of the people versus Jawante McFarland. All 3 cases.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Sandra White on behalf of Dejounte McFarland.
Your Honor, we are soberly ready in this matter, despite any rumors to the contrary. Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. McFarland.
And Your Honor, I'm not withdrawing on this case just yet.
Oh, okay. All right, what are we doing?
Unfortunately, we are still waiting on a bed in this case. Mr. Brown and I believe, have been are discussing alternative placement, but haven't been successful. So we're asking for an adjournment.
That is correct.
Should I put it out 30 days and then move it up if necessary? Would that be the best option?
I think so, yeah.
I think we're set for probable cause, are we? Pardon? Probable cause. Yeah, we are. Probable cause in this matter, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. on all these matters. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
November 9th. Right. Court calls case of the people versus Gerard Calhoun.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Calhoun. Mr. Calhoun, would you please state your name for the record?
First name Gerard, last name Calhoun.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we requested some additional discovery. We're asking for a 1 or 2 week adjournment in order to be able to receive that.
Cause conference without objection, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continue.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Calls case people versus Montez Brooks.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, please turn on your camera, unmute your device, and state your name for the record, please.
Hello,
Hello, state your name.
Montez Brooks.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd be asking to adjourn the probable cause conference. I've reached out to the prosecutor seeking an offer on the matter. We are still in negotiations.
Is at the bottom. Did they see you?
All
You
right.
said don't touch nothing.
November, adjourned to November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Court calls the case of the people versus Marcion Cadell.
Nimesh Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the people.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Marcion Cadell. Mr. Cadell, if you're here, please unmute, turn on your camera, and state your name for the record.
Marcion Cadell. I can't see if I'm on camera or not. Sorry.
We see you.
You are.
Okay.
All right, what are we doing?
We've reached out to the number we have on screen for Mr. In our file for Mr. Cadell. We have not made any contact with him yet. We would request a 2-week adjournment and ask that Mr. Cadell please call our office.
Probable cause conference, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Mr. Cadell?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the public defender's office number?
I'm pretty sure I can get it.
Well, why don't I give it to you right now?
Oh, okay, yeah, that'll work. Perfect.
Area code 734-222-6970.
Okay. Thank you.
You
Your
need
Honor.
to, immediately upon hanging up, you need to call that number, give them your name, give them a valid email address and a good phone number so they can contact you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court calls the case, People versus Man Davis, 2 cases.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
Edward Drugas on behalf of Man Davis.
Mr. Davis, can you state your name, please? Mr. Davis, can you state your name? Okay, thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, I have reviewed the reports with Mr. Davis and we're looking for a preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination. So discovery is all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person, October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Washington. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's call the case of the People versus Rhodesia Kennedy.
Nimesh Ganatra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kyriakin, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Kennedy, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Rhodesia Kennedy.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking, well, I don't know if it would be us, but we're asking for a 6 to 8 week adjournment on this case. I know that this case has been adjourned a number of times. We had been waiting for Ms. Kennedy to make a number of payments towards the balance in this case. She has made those payments. We've given proof of those payments to Mr. Ganatra in his office, and they are requesting a little bit more time before they're able to generate an offer.
Your Honor, technically the request is not at the people. We're allowing the adjournments to happen so she can make payments in hopes of a misdemeanor resolution. If the court's inclined to grant the adjournment for that purpose, then the people don't object to that. Thank you.
How much time is she gonna need to make significant enough payments? I understand what we're trying to do here, but
I don't know, Your Honor.
well, that doesn't help me.
Doesn't at all. I know. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, my proposal.
Here's what I'll do. I'll go to November 30th. That's a date, right?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Ganacha.
I'll adjourn probable cause November 30th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, ma'am. Court calls the case, People versus Tyrese Chambers.
On the thing until you leave him, he's right there.
Can you get Mr. Brooks? All right.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers, could you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Tyrese Chambers.
Thank you.
Your Honor, in this matter, Mr. Chambers is going to waive to seek a prosecutor's HIDA in the circuit court.
Mr. Chambers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
And you understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution. Did we lose him? Mr. Chambers, he's froze. Let me pass it briefly, see if we can contact him, get him back in.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Mary Ann Churchwell.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Ms. Churchwell. Ms. Churchwell, could you unmute and state your name for the record?
Yes, Mary Ann Churchwell.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are going to be requesting an adjournment in this matter. I believe that her and the co-defendant are attempting to pay the remaining balance, and they're just sorting out the details of what is due and when to get that paid.
Without objection, probable cause in this matter will be adjourned to November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case, the People versus Shaquille Williams.
Jessica Williams, appearing on behalf of people.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, please state your name for the record. You're muted. If you can, there you go.
Gil Williams.
Thank you, Judge.
This is for a competency today.
Yes, Judge.
I do have a report and have reviewed a report dated September 28th. Everybody have that report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additional evidence from either side?
No, Your Honor, not from the people.
No, Judge.
Everybody stipulating to the report. Court, upon reviewing that report, would find that the defendant is competent to stand trial. Specifically, the court would find that the defendant can understand the nature and objects of the proceedings against him and can rationally assist in his defense. Therefore, the defendant is deemed competent. Mr. Feaster, I would need an order sent over, please.
Okay, I'll prepare that.
Mr. Feaster, just so you know, Emmons already prepared one, so he'll send it to you for your
Thank
review.
you. Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Thank you, Ms. Blanche. Judge,
It's so nice when you guys play well together. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. We can set it for another PCC date. I think we are still waiting on criminal responsibility, and I think that might impact the offer in this file. So if we could adjourn it for a couple or 3 weeks, please.
Couple or 3, you said?
Yes, please.
Probable cause November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blanche.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Chambers came back. Let me get these custodies out. Court calls case People versus Christopher Fisher.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Christopher Fisher, I got him.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I see you. I'm waiting for your attorney. Miss Ikenrilla.
I am so sorry, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kyriakin on behalf of Mr. Christopher Fisher. Mr. Fisher, could you state your name for the record, please?
Christopher Jason Fisher.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment in this matter. We are still in communication with the prosecution and they've yet to make an offer, but they're working on something. So we're just asking for time.
2 weeks or 3?
Ms. Hughes,
2 weeks, please.
3. Probable cause conference, November 2nd, without objection, 2023, 9 a.m. bond. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Court calls the case People versus Larry Morris.
Maria Rosinsky on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Regina Garrett Carher on behalf of Mr. Morris. Mr. Morris, can you state your name for the court?
Larry Morris.
And Your Honor, today's the date time set for a probable cause conference in this matter. I've reached out to Mr. Ganatra regarding getting an offer. Ms. Rosinsky, I think you were copied on that email as well. And I believe they need to speak with confirm whatever it would be with the victim first. So we would need an adjournment so we can get that and I can discuss it with my client.
1 or 2 weeks?
Ms. Rosinsky, what do you think?
2 weeks, please, Your Honor.
Probable cause conference without objection, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Rosinsky, and everyone have a great day.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Isaiah Gillespie.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Gillespie. Your Honor, I am dubiously ready to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Gillespie, can you state your name, please?
Isaiah Gillespie.
All right. What are we doing then?
Your Honor, I do not have the police reports in on base. I don't know if this is a technical issue on our office's part, but I have not had the opportunity to review them or discuss them with Mr. Gillespie. He is held on other matters. I would ask to adjourn the probable cause conference 1 week.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned October 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court recalls the case of People versus Tyrese Chambers.
Both use on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Chambers. Mr. Chambers, could you
Okay.
state your name again for the record?
Seriously,
Yeah, he's back.
he's back, but he's. Can we shut his video?
I'm sorry, it's
Okay, no, we shut your video, Mr. Chambers. We got bandwidth. So, Mr. Chambers?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you do understand you're waiving your preliminary examination and that the proceedings will occur in circuit court. That's where to be resolved. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. And just to be clear for the record, this is a straight waiver. There has been no offer of Prosecutor Haida. There has been no guarantee that he will receive it in circuit court. I understand that that's a conversation they would like to have with the circuit court prosecutor.
All right. Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on the single count. Ms. Reed.
We would waive a formal reading and stand mute.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial will be set for
December 5th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Cumpy.
December 5th, 2023, 1:30, Judge Kunke.
Thank you.
Bond continued.
Thank you, Judge. You have a good day.
You do the same, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Deion Covington.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Ready again, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Deion Covington. Mr. Covington, please state your name for the record.
Deion Covington.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. What are you doing?
Thank you, Judge. My understanding is that we have this matter basically resolved. If we could adjourn this 1 week, we'll get a plea sheet into your file and we can get the plea entered, Judge.
2 weeks.
All right, that's fine.
We'll go conference October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. That's because Feaster writes slow. Bond continued. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Rachel Dameron, his son.
Nimesh Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
I was still writing, Judge. Torshio Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Damron Hisson. Ms. Damron Hisson, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Marie Damron Hisson.
Thank you, Judge.
And I have a plea form. Is that
Yes,
what we're
Judge.
doing?
Yes, please.
Plea form indicates that the defendant will be pleading guilty to counts 4 and 5, both counts of attempted resisting and obstructing the 1-year offense in each count. Upon
There
her
was just-
successful plea, pardon?
There was just the one the correction I sent in this morning to your staff. I apologize, Judge. I believe this was a no contest. And I believe I sent a police report also that you should have.
Oh, you sent the police report. Oh, I'm supposed to correct. I'm just reading off the form you made. All right. It's going to be a no contest plea. Never mind. I got you, Feaster. All right. It's going to be a no contest plea to counts 4 and 5 of attempted resisting and obstructing the 1-year offense. Upon her successful no contest plea to those charges, counts 1, 2, and 3 would be dismissed. There is further agreement that defendant is to enter the mental health court and participate in that program. That is the court's full understanding of the agreement.
Correct, Your Honor.
That is a complete agreement, Judge.
All right. Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, state your name again for the record, please.
Rachel Marie Damron Hisson.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to 2 charges, both of attempted resisting and obstructing. Those are misdemeanors, punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $2,000 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, I do. I spoke to the public defender's office last night and they were able to clarify that for me.
All right. 2 things I need for you to understand about a no contest plea. It means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest these charges. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court would treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Feaster, the basis for the no contest plea?
There's potential civil liability, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, to the charge of attempted resisting and obstructing contained in count 4, how do you plead?
No contest.
To that same charge as contained in count 5, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind. This is Judge Barr's case.
Yes, I do. I understand.
All right. Before I go further with the plea, ma'am, you do need to understand that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and that you would be sentenced before Judge Barr at the 14A2 District Court. You understand that?
Okay.
Okay, you understand that, ma'am?
Oh, yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. And you still wish to enter these no contest pleas?
Yes, I do.
All right. But you understand that you won't have a trial. You also understand that you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, I understand that as well.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No, nothing that hasn't been stated today.
All right. Anybody threaten you or coerce you to get you to enter these pleas?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, I am.
and of your own free will.
Yes.
Court has been provided Ypsilanti Police Department report and has reviewed same for their case number 225577. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
None.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find the sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of these offenses. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
You have, sir.
People are satisfied.
Court will accept the defendant's pleas of no contest. 2 counts 4 and 5. Counts 1, 2, and 3 are dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A2 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
November 15th at 9 a.m. for Judge Barr.
November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued. Thank you.
Your Honor.
You're welcome, ma'am. Court calls the case, People versus Marshawn Wynn. Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Felicia Grimes appearing on behalf of the people.
Still ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Marshawn Gwynn. Mr. Gwynn, please state your name for the record.
Marshawn Gwynn.
Thank you, Judge. We've had lengthy negotiations with the people on this case and provided some mitigation information. At this time, there's still no offer. We're going to waive this matter to the circuit court and try to get this matter resolved, Judge.
All right, you're going to waive. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Gwynn,
Yes, sir.
you understand that you're waiving your right to have a preliminary examination?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Yes, sir.
You understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive their right?
Yes, Your Honor. With the waiver, we would like to amend count 2. Right now, it currently reads operating while intoxicated. We would like to make an amendment to a high BAC charge. MCL 257.6521C, please.
Okay, you can't do that here.
Okay.
What you would need to do is you would be adding a count 5 of that charge.
Under Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people will request an amended information be typed in our office, and we'll sign that and get that to the defense because it's just a misdemeanor. It doesn't affect the waiver, but we'll prepare the paperwork in our office. Just wanted to notify everybody on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So people do waive.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count 1 with all misdemeanor counts following.
Thank you, Judge. We waive formal reading. We waive formal reading and we stand mute, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter a not guilty plea as to all charges. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
November 29th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Conlon.
November 29th, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Conlon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls case, People versus Deborah Ann Gordon.
Alex Chavalowski for the people.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gaines. Ms. Gaines.
Deborah Ann Gordon.
Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender. Your Honor, I apologize. I misunderstood what you said. We have come to a plea agreement with regard to Ms. Gordon. She was going to try to find someone to help her to appear by video today in order to take advantage of this agreement. She apparently was not able to get someone where she's staying who's able to help her. We do have a plan B for her caseworker to assist her, so we're asking for a short adjournment to make those arrangements.
I got, excuse me, I got on Zoom, but it didn't work.
Okay. How, you want 2 or 3 weeks to try to have her get that arranged and help?
Could we maybe have 2 weeks for her to get a date with her?
Okay. October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. File continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you, Judge.
Is that it? That's it for that block. Wow. Impressive. I'm impressed by me. All right, court will stand in recess. We'll come back at 11 and or thereabouts and start that block. Court's in recess.
Oh, okay.
Where's the host? Okay, let me leave and try to go back in there because this is fucking up. I'm a what is doing. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Am I supposed to speak to attorney before I get started?
Mr. McCrary, your attorney is Torshel Feaster. Suggest you call the public defender's office if you want to speak to him.
Okay. Thank you.
Can somebody let me know if I'm actually in the meeting? My phone says my video is stopped.
Hey, how you doing? This is Johnny McCurry. Hey, can anybody explain how do you get to the breakout room so I can speak to attorney?
You don't. You have to call him.
live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good afternoon. Got it. Court does call the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Juan Davis.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender. Your Honor, regrettably not ready to proceed.
I need a prosecutor.
The Assistant Attorney General.
Or
Image
the
Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney standing in.
hold on. Is this an AGA?
Yes, it is an AG.
It's an AGA.
And Mr. Keto.
Then I'm not standing in for the Attorney General. Thank you.
Okay, all right. This is a rock and roll start.
He's unmuted.
Mr. Attorney General? See. All right, Mr. Davis, I'm going to pass your matter just a minute. We've got to get the Attorney General on, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Martavius Lindsay.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Tiffany Hughes. Where did everybody go?
Tiffany Hughes was here. But she's not currently present.
She's not here?
Correct.
Seriously? Okay. All right, I'll pass that matter. Apparently attorneys are allowed doing whatever.
Not this attorney
Court,
here.
pardon?
Not
I know
this-
you're here. We were looking for the other Hughes and we don't know where she is.
Okay.
All right, Trayvon Marshall, people versus.
Alec Chabalowski begrudgingly ready for the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing on behalf of Mr. Marshall this morning. I am also here and ready to go. Mr. Marshall, can you please unmute your mic and state your name for the record?
All right, and he's here. I finally have a group that I can deal with. All right, what are we doing on this?
Your Honor, I was just appointed yesterday. There was a conflict at the PD's office. They withdrew and you signed their order, which appointed me. So this time I'm requesting an adjournment so I can obtain discovery, talk with my client, and talk with the people.
All right, very good. What is this? All right. Probable cause conference will be adjourned October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Peter Kellogg.
Alec Chabalowski for the people.
And I am here as well, Judge Assistant Public Defender Carrie Ruley on behalf of Mr. Peter Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Peter Kellogg.
I have before me a plea form. Is that what we're doing?
That is what we're doing, Judge.
All right. The plea form indicates that the defendant will be pleading no contest to count 2 and count 3. Count 3, the count 2 being the assault and battery, count 3 being attempted interference with electronic communication. Upon his successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. There is a sentencing agreement that the defendant would be sentenced to mental health court. I cannot bind the sentencing judge to that. I don't see where it would be a problem, but just so that the parties are aware.
Understood, Judge.
It's the court's full understanding of the agreement. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, and that's an added count 3.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kellogg, can you raise your right hand, please? Other right hand. There you go. All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again, please, sir.
Peter Kellogg.
All right, you can put your hand down. All right, sir. It's court's understanding you're going to be pleading no contest to 2 charges. The first being the offense of assault and battery. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes.
The other charge being the added count 3 is attempted interference with electronic communications. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration and or a $500 fine plus court cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes.
All right, let me explain 2 things about it just to make sure. The first thing you need to understand about a no contest plea is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest these charges. You understand that?
Yes.
The other thing you need to understand is that while I'm taking that the court would treat you the same as though you had pled guilty to these charges. You understand that for the purposes of sentencing?
Yes.
You also understand, sir, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge. You would be sentenced before Judge Valvo in the 15th District Court. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. The basis for the no contest plea?
Potential civil liability, Judge.
All right. So understanding all of that, Mr. Kellogg, you still do wish to plead no contest. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the charge of assault and battery, how do you plead?
No contest.
To the charge of attempted interference with electronic communications, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
All right. The court has been provided and has reviewed Ann Arbor Police Department report for their case number 2243377. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No.
No objection, Judge.
Based upon the court's review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
Yes.
Defense is satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's no contest pleas to counts 2 and 3. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
November 2nd at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Valvo.
November 2nd, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Valvo. Bond will continue. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Court recalls the case, the People versus Juan Davis.
Morning, Your Honor. James McWheel, Special Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the people.
There he is. Okay. All right.
And Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis, can you state your name, please, sir?
Juan Davis.
Thank you. Okay, what are we doing on this case, folks?
Your Honor, it looks like Mr. Davis posted bond. However, I was not able to reach him. The phone number that we have for him is out of service and there was not an email address. So I'd be asking to adjourn this matter and then Mr. Davis be instructed to contact the Public Defender's Office and provide a working phone number.
Probable cause conference then will be adjourned to November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. All right, Mr. Davis, do you have the number for the public defender's office?
Yes, I do. I contacted the public defender's office today.
Okay, did you give them a good email and phone number?
Yes, they have it on file.
Well, okay. Just want to make sure so that you guys can get in touch with each other, okay? He posted bond on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did we want that applied to the front of the court matter?
We will, Your Honor, but I'll want to speak to Mr. Davis about that first, just to determine who actually posted that money.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right.
And Mr. Davis, the new phone number and email are not in our system, so call the public defender's office again and update that. Make sure we have it.
I did it 2 hours ago.
Mr. Davis, please do it again.
Mr. Davis, I'm not going to get into an argument. Mr. Overwater's indicating he can't see it. He needs to talk to you.
Okay.
So if I have to do it this way, I'm going to order you to do it right now. You understand that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Bond continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Delgina Little.
Or Willenberg on behalf of the people.
Timothy Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Ms. Little.
And Ms. Little's not here.
Your Honor, I've had no contact with Ms. Little. I have no information as to her current whereabouts.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Tony Loomis.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Loomis. Can you unmute, sir, and state your name for the record?
Here.
Tony Loomis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a camera, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to turn it on for you guys.
I think he's it on his end. It said, oh, there we go. Perfect.
All right.
What are we doing? Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we're going to ask for an adjournment. We would like to get the video discovery as well as continue negotiations with the prosecutor.
Probable cause conference, November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Court calls the case People versus Martaze Matthews.
Raveson on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public Defender, representing Mr. Matthews. Mr. Matthews, if you're present, would you please state your name? Your Honor.
Has not checked in.
Your Honor, we do not have a good phone number for Mr. Matthews. We would ask for an adjournment in order to try to reach him.
Bench warrant will issue, bond 10,000, cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Johnny McCrae.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Ready, Judge. Nope, I'm here. Ready, Judge. Torres Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Johnny McCrary. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Johnny McCrary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. We tried to reach out to our client and we were unable to connect this week. If we could have a short adjournment and if Mr. McCrary could give us a call today, because we have not been able to reach you, sir.
Will do. Will do. I will call you.
Hold on. October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Defendant's bond will continue. Mr. McCrae, do you have the public defender's office number?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor. I called this morning. He was busy at the moment.
Okay. Apologize. Okay. All right. Make sure that you called. Did you give him an email and phone number?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Judge.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus DeQuantes Moore.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carey, I can rule, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. DeQuantes Moore. Mr. Moore, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Oh, there it is.
DeQuantes Moore.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment in this matter. We're still working on an agreement with the prosecutor. We'd also like to address bond.
He's out. All right. Probable cause conference, November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Oh boy, this could go south. Go ahead. What about bond?
Your Honor, Mr. Moore is currently on a home confinement tether. I was not the attorney who worked on this matter previously, but my understanding is that one of the reasons for the home confinement is because the court was under the impression that his tether from, I think it's Macomb County, was also a home confinement tether. We have since received the information confirming that it's a GPS tether. We're asking that the court, first, we're asking.
Hold on, but it's a GPS. I mean, a GPS can be a home confined.
Yes, I think it's only for purposes of keeping track of his whereabouts. It's not just simply.
So it's a location tracking.
Thank you, Judge. I'm gonna write that down so I can say that next time. It's a location tracking tether. So we're actually asking, and I know that we've spoken with the prosecutor about this. They're going to object to that particular request. He still has the GPS tether, the location tracking tether from Macomb on, and he also has the one from Washtenaw County on.
So let me just tell you, I remember hearing this the last time.
Okay.
And what's very clear from the order was that the magistrate ordered a home confinement to an address and then said currently has a tether from Macomb County and is confined to home.
I understand that, Your Honor. And I think that we have received confirmation on what the details of that tether was. Mr. Moore, am I correct? Is it a home confinement tether from Macomb?
The Macomb County is just a GPS tracking tether to make sure that I don't leave the state.
If I can be of assistance, Judge, Torshio Feaster, Assistant Public Defender.
No, get out of here. We don't need your help. Get out of here, sir.
Sorry. I didn't have the case last time, Judge.
So
I'm always willing
get
to
out,
help.
and he's still talking. Apparently doesn't listen either. Go ahead.
I'm a bad listener sometimes. I just want to confirm that I did receive an email from his agent, from his tether agent in Macomb County, and I believe we forwarded that to the prosecutor's office as well. So we do have confirmation that it's just a location tracking tether that he has there, Judge. Just want to be helpful. Sorry, I'll go away.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how your office mate didn't tell me all that.
Well, you know, she's new to the file, Judge. She's got a new assignment.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know. Miss Hughes, your response.
Thank you. Thank you for also clarifying what the notes in the file were. I am not in agreement to him being on only a GPS tether for a couple of reasons. One is, first I'll say, I was not present at this arraignment, so I don't know for certain. I understand what Your Honor read into the record from the magistrate's notes. I don't know for certain that the only reason that Magistrate Fink, or whoever the magistrate was, issued a home confinement tether was because he or she believed that he was already home confined from Macomb County. Instead, at the time of arraignment, my office requested a $20,000 cash surety on this case. I am continuing to request the home confinement tether, or frankly, I mean, he can wait in jail if he doesn't want to be on a home confinement tether. This defendant, so this is a home invasion case. The defendant and his co-defendant or co-suspect are on surveillance video. They entered a home that is actually not too far from the address that he is currently home confined to. It's about a 6-minute drive. He entered the garage of that home, and the garage door had been inadvertently left open overnight, and the defendant and his friend went in and stole things from the garage. He does have quite a criminal history, though, in the sense that he was on parole and discharged from parole on November 30th, 2022 for receiving concealing a motor vehicle. This was even after he was already on felony probation for unlawful driving away of a motor vehicle, as well as multiple assaulting the police R&O convictions. He has an extensive juvenile history that includes home invasion, UDA, CSC, indecent exposure, aggravated assault, another UDA, another receiving and concealing motor vehicle, more R&Os against the police. So my understanding, and this is just limited to my review of the file, I was not present at the arraignment. My understanding was that, I should say it like this, my belief was that a home confinement tether was ordered because that is appropriate supervision for this defendant, who has continued to commit these crimes despite already going to prison, despite already being on felony probation, and despite already being on parole. This is an appropriate supervision for him at this time, even if Macomb County decides to only give against Heather. Thank you.
All right. I would agree with that. Looking at defendant's previous history and the proximity of these offenses to parole and his release from parole, the court is going to decline to change the GPS tether. That will remain in place. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Malik Mullen.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of Malik Mullen. Mr. Mullen, can you please unmute and state your name?
Malik Mullen.
Got it. Okay. What are we doing?
Your Honor, the defense is asking for an adjournment. There is an offer in this case. However, we were not able to connect with Mr. Mullen to go over the offer. I believe his phone will not be on until later this week. And Mr. Mullen, we just ask that you call our office as soon as it's on so that we can discuss the offer with you.
He's waiting to get his phone turned back. Is that?
His
Okay.
cell service.
Gotcha.
Yes, yes.
I'll adjourn without objection, November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
All right.
Your Honor, that date again, I apologize.
No, November 2nd.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Court does call the case, the people versus Kimberly Nelson.
Nimish Ganatra for the People.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of Kimberly Nelson. Ms. Nelson, I do believe she is logged in one of the unnamed devices. Can you please turn on your camera and state your name?
Kimberly Nelson.
Okay. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we do have an offer in this case, and we are working towards resolution. Ms. Nelson needs some time to make some payments in order to, and for this offer to go through, she does have to make some payments on another case. This is a global offer. Would the court allow us a 1-month adjournment at this time?
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll do that. So her payments on the other case, she'll be able to kind of resolve that within a month's time. Is that correct, Ms. Nelson, or at least get yourself moving?
At least get myself moving. I'm having some health issues at the moment, but I'm trying to figure that out so I can get some income and get some budgeting.
Got it. Oh, so you're off work right now?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it this way. I'll grant the adjournment. I'll go to November 30th, 2023. Give her a little bit more time, get herself situated.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bond continued.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court calls the case People versus Lee Parker.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kiriakin ruling on behalf of Mr. Lee Parker. Mr. Parker, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Has not checked in.
I don't know why, Judge. We have had contact with him as recently as this morning.
Maybe it's because of his positive test. He forgot. Never mind. I'll just leave that. Bench warrant will issue. 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Understood,
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Bryant Perkins.
Felicia Grimes appearing on behalf of the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Mr. Perkins, surprisingly ready to proceed.
All right. Mr. Perkins, can you state your name, please, sir?
Brian Perkins.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
No, I'd have to set the matter for preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination will in person will be set October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
By any chance, could you do it by Zoom? I don't have a reliable ride back and forth out to Ann Arbor.
No, it has to be in person. Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Bond
Perkins, if
continued.
you can't get a ride for that date and you need an adjournment, call the office and we can try and adjourn it to a later date.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
What was the date? Can you say the date again? Sorry about that.
October 24th.
Okay.
Okay. 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case People versus Clarence Ray.
Happily ready, Judge Alex Jablowski for the people.
Kenneth Overwater, also ready on behalf of Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray, can you state your name, please, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Clarence Anthony Ray.
Thank you. Hey, I have a plea form before me. Is that what we're doing today?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
The plea form indicates that the defendant will be pleading guilty to a charge of use of cocaine, the 1-year offense. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count 1, the possession charge would be dismissed. There is no sentencing agreement. That's the court's full understanding. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Ray, can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name for the record again, sir.
Clarence Anthony Ray.
You can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of use of cocaine. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, $1,000 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also should understand that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Perry in the 15th District Court. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
On April 20th, 2023, at the location of 2020 West Stadium Boulevard, City of Ann Arbor, Washington County, State of Michigan, did you have cocaine in your possession?
Yes, Your Honor.
Had you used it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you know what you were using was cocaine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 15th District Court probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
October 27th at 8:30 a.m. with Judge Perry.
October 27, 2023, 8:30 before Judge Perry. Bond in this case, yes.
Your Honor, would it be possible to get a later sentencing date? I was going to ask the court to address bond to allow my client to travel to Louisiana from October 23rd to November, November 2nd, to visit with his fiance's aunt who's in hospice there.
October 23rd through
November 2nd, Your Honor.
Here's what I'll do. I don't have a later date for Judge Perry, but I will indicate the file defendant may travel to Louisiana.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those dates, if approved by Judge Perry. So if you get her permission, then I'll just I set this date, and I'm allowing the travel on the file. You can get the date moved, then we're fine.
We'll take care of that. And
all right.
The date you said, Your Honor, was October 27th?
Yes, October 27th, 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court recalls the case of the people versus Martavius Lindsay.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tiffany Hughes here on behalf of Mr. Lindsay.
Okay. He is not present.
Your Honor, I've tried to reach out to him. I haven't had any contact with him. I would like an adjournment to reach out and try and talk with him again, but I know.
What do you mean you know? Nobody knows
I
what I'm
know.
gonna do.
It was the smirk on your face that gave it all away.
And is
Jen.
that a smirk? Really? Seriously? A smirk? I had a smirk on my face?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, yes. She just doubled down on it. Great. Okay. Well, she's right. Bench warrant will issue. Bond 10,000, cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you, Judge. See you at 1 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am. With the smirk, I'll be in full smirk mode. All right. That's it for us. So we're at 1 o'clock. All right. Court's going to stand in recess till 1 o'clock.
Thursday night football like prime. It's on.
And here to vanquish demons and there's gotta be a spell to vanquish a lousy bug. Okay, but even if there is a spell, how does it pass with personal gain issues, the consequences? With consequences, the power 3 remains unbroken, innocence or safe. I don't really see it down to this, do you? Who, if good witches could really vanquish diseases, do you think there'd be one sick person in the world? We have to stay comfort. I agree. All I'm saying is, before we resort to the Book of Shadows, maybe we should call it. No, she told us not to. So, what'll be pissed at us? At least she'll be alive. We don't even know how to contact him. I mean, he's always just sort of been around. Leo! 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 Leo!
Hello?
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case. People State of Michigan versus Deonta Roach.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And Edward
Yes,
Drucas
sir.
on behalf of Deontay Roach.
Mr. Roach, can you state your name?
Deontay Roach.
And before I hear your case, I'm going to pass it. You're going to put on a shirt because you're in a courtroom.
I'm putting on my
And
hoodie right
then-
now. Yeah, hold on, baby. Give me a second.
Okay, well, thank you for getting dressed before you show the whole world. All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, this is a waiver today.
Sir, your attorney has indicated you're waiving your right to a preliminary examination.
Yes, sir.
You understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed them.
Yes, sir.
You understand you won't have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive the right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count 1 with 2 following. Mr. Drucas.
Your Honor, we are in receipt of the information. We stand mute and waive its reading.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea as to both counts. Pretrial in this matter will be set for
December 5th at 1:30 p.m. with Judge Kunke.
December 5th, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Conkey. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Deanna Wells.
Alexander on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. If you're here on behalf of Miss Wells.
Oh, she's back. All right. Miss Wells, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name for the record, please.
Deanna Wells.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I'd like to request a short adjournment. I have not been able to talk with Miss Wells. I just got this yesterday, reached out yesterday, but I haven't been able to talk to her, so I request a short adjournment.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned October 26, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, people versus Melvin Reeves.
Maria Wisinski on behalf of the people.
Silvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Reeves. Could you unmute, sir, and state your name for the record?
Yeah, he's trying. Can you get it, Mr. Reeves? You got the camera.
You could press the microphone button.
Oh, now he's back. Okay, I got it.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. State your name.
Melvin Reeves.
Thank you, sir. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I did not have a good phone number for Mr. Reeves, so if we could request an adjournment and instruct Mr. Reeves to call our office to update his contact information.
Probable cause conference, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Where's your Zoom invite indicates. Mr. Reeves, do you have the public defender's office number? You muted again. Mr. Reeves, do you see the public defender's number there in the chat? Oh, you're muted again. Oh, I meant to do the search warrant, yes. Mr.
Can you see the telephone number, sir?
Okay. Oh,
There you go.
there you go, Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, I need you to do something, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the public defender's number?
I just wrote down the 734. I seen it at the bottom, but I don't see it no more. It disappeared.
Okay. It's 734-222-6970.
Okay.
All right. Here's what I want you to do.
Yes.
I'm going to continue your bond on this case. We'll see you in a couple of weeks on the 26th. But what I need you to do right now is once you hang up on the Zoom call, I need you to call that number, give them your name, give them an email address that they can reach you, and a phone number.
Okay.
Okay.
Time October 26th.
Say again.
What time October 26th?
It'll be 9 o'clock, or as your Zoom invite will indicate. Your attorney will let you know what block you're in.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Let me just take a break in here. Detective Erskine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry. We meant to get you out of here first, but
That's okay.
No, it's Ann's fault. Anyway, I won't. I know how that bus feel running over you. We have a search warrant here. Would you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the information contained in the search warrant and affidavit is true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
All right. I will sign off on that, and we will get that right over to you, sir.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you. Stay safe, please.
You as well.
Court calls the case, People versus Juwan Richards.
Alex Jablowski for the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of Juwan Richards. Mr. Richards, can you please unmute and state your name?
Juwan Richards.
Okay, there he was. Okay, what are we doing?
And Your Honor, we're just asking for an exam date.
Okay. Preliminary examination will be set in person October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Barr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bond continued. Court calls the case of the People versus Gage Santavi.
Nimish Ganatra for the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Santavi. Mr. Santavi, state your name for the record, please.
Gage Santavi.
Okay, and what are we doing?
We're asking to adjourn the probable cause conference. Mr. Ganatra and I are trying to determine what, in fact, is on Mr. Santavi's criminal record so we can determine whether or not he's eligible for a sentence under Rule 7411.
Gotcha. Probable cause will be adjourned November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Marquise Simmons.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
Sylvana Reed, Assistant Public Defender with and on behalf of Mr. Simmons. Could you unmute and state your name for the record, sir?
Marquise Simmons.
Thank you. Your Honor, today we're asking for an adjournment in order to get a copy of the police report. It was not in our file, so I was not able to review that with Mr. Simmons.
Without objection, probable cause, October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Daryl Smith.
Lizenda on behalf of the people.
Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Carrie-Kimberly, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Daryl Smith. Mr. Smith, could you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
You're muted, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, can you get it? There. All right. Well, maybe somebody can give him a quick call. I'll pass it briefly.
That's right, Josh.
All right. Court does call the case. People versus Ayanna Smith.
Your Honor, we are, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Alex Jablowski for the people.
Your Honor, we
He
are.
should be ready. He ain't done anything today. Anyway, go ahead.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Ms. Smith. She was here earlier, and I told her to come back at 1 o'clock. Is she here now?
I don't see her.
She is not here now, but I can confirm I did see her earlier.
She's not here, but my staff indicates she was here earlier. What were you planning on doing?
The plan was to ask for an adjournment. We have to go over the bulk of the discovery. I think 1 more week's time should be sufficient.
Well, let me give you 2 weeks because now you got to find her.
Yeah, right. Okay.
26, 2023, 9 a.m. I won't issue a bench warrant. Smirk or not. All right. Thank you.
It was a judicial smirk, though, Your Honor. A judicial
Is
smirk.
that it's a judicial smirk? I don't think Ms. Hughes thought it was a judicial smirk. I don't know what that was. That's okay. I'll have a conversation. Court calls the case. People State of Michigan versus David Charles Stevenson White.
Maria Sinsky on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of David Stevenson White. Mr. Stevenson White, can you please turn on your camera, unmute, and state your name?
Oh, there he is. Okay. Got it.
David Stevenson White.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment. I did send Mr. Ganatra a copy of a mitigation memo. He just needs time to review that to see if he can make an offer in this case.
November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that's it for me today.
That's it?
Yep.
All done. All
Have a
right.
good
You have a
weekend.
great weekend.
You too.
All right. Take care. Court calls the case. People versus Randall Stowe.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
An Assistant Public Defender Emily New on behalf of Randall Stowe. Mr. Stowe, can you please state your name?
Randall Stowe.
Thank you, sir. All right. What are we doing?
And Your Honor, we're asking for an adjournment. There is outstanding media discovery, and I don't think it needs to be a long adjournment. I'm sure we will get it soon.
Probable cause conference, October 26th, 2023, 9 a.m. Where's your Zoom invite? Indicates bond will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Paul Tansey.
We're proudly ready in that matter.
Ellie Zend on behalf of the people.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Tansey. Mr. Tansey, could you state your name for the record, please?
Paul David Tansey.
Thank you. Now, today's the date and time set for the probable cause conference. We are respectfully requesting this matter be set for preliminary examination.
Preliminary examination will be set October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. before Judge Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Have a wonderful day.
You do the same. Court calls case People versus Carrie Wynn.
Alex Jablowski for the people.
Kenneth Overwater, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Wynn.
Mr. Wynn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there he is, Zoom user. With the wrong app on. All right. Okay, what are we doing?
Judge, I have not had any contact with Mr. Wynn. I attempted to call him at the number that I had yesterday and was not able to reach him. So I would ask the court to adjourn this matter with the instruction that Mr. Wynn contact our office and provide us with working contact information.
Mr. Wynn, you
Yes,
have the do you have the public defender's office number?
One moment, Your Honor.
You're muted now, Mr. Nguyen.
Okay, Your
All right.
Honor.
Okay. You have the number or you need it?
I need it, Your Honor.
All right. Area code 734
734
222
222
6970.
6970.
Yes, sir. You need to call them, give them your name, give them a valid phone number for you,
Yes,
and a good
Your Honor.
email address.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do that right after you hang up from this Zoom call, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bond will continue in this matter. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You do the same, Mr. Overstreet. Overstreet, what? 26. Court calls the case, People versus Richard Rand.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Ready, Judge. Torshell Feaster, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Richard Wren. Mr. Wren, please state your name for the record.
Richard Wren.
Thank you, Judge. If the court might recall, this is an old case, a 4 or 5 year old case. We referred this to our investigative unit due to the age and to the AIM social work based on the charges. Mr. Wren has met with both of those groups. They are working to prepare the mitigation letter, and the investigators are tracking down the witnesses to confirm the case, essentially. So we're asking for another 3 or 4 weeks, and at that time, we think we'll have both done, and then we can get this matter resolved.
Without objection, probable cause, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Court does recall the case of the People versus Daryl Smith.
Allie Zend on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Chinazi Kyriakin on behalf of Mr. Daryl Smith. Mr. Smith.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, there you are. We got you now.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. What were we doing?
So, Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment in this matter. We are very close to coming up with a plan. I know the last time we adjourned because the court and the prosecution wanted to see a plan put in place. For the record, he is on a waiting list right now for a program being sponsored by U of M. I think as soon as we get him on that list and a space in the program, that hopefully that'll be sufficient.
I'll adjourn it to November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Whereas your Zoom invite indicates. Bond will continue. Did you hear that, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, but Your Honor, so he's on the tether.
Who is this?
This is his wife.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he's on a tether, and our son is getting married on the 28th of this month. And I know he has to have permission to go out of state.
Okay, let's do this. Because of the offense, I'm not going to release the tether, but go ahead, Mr. Ganatra.
Your Honor, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Nimish Ganatra for the people. I'm very familiar with this case, as you know, because we've had numerous chambers conferences. I would let counsel know that if you want to put together a stipulated order on bond conditions, I will take a look at it. And if we can work something out, we can present it to the court.
Okay, that'll work. All right, fantastic. All right, ma'am, will that work for you? They're going to try to put together something So there won't be a difficulty regarding travel or the tether at the wedding.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Can't guarantee anything, but they're gonna put together something and get it for my signature, okay?
okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
so what can I do? I mean, I, I had to have a piece of paper or something?
No.
I'll give you a call,
Yeah,
Mr. Smith, okay?
Your attorney will call you and they'll let you know where they're headed with that, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
That's it for that block? Oh, that's it. Okay, we'll be back at 2:00. Shut for the day. Thank you. Court's in
Thank you,
recess.
guys.
Yeah, I'm glad.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good afternoon. Court does call the case, People State of Michigan versus William Fridge.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein here for Mr. Fridge. Mr. Fridge turned himself into the jail per the court's order last week because of the active bench warrant, Your Honor. So he should be there now.
He's in the.
He was not on my docket today from the jail. So
Do you know whether or not he's been arraigned?
I don't have that information, Your Honor.
Pardon? He may have gotten out. How did he get out?
No, I just checked like a half an hour ago, so he should be there.
Oh, did you?
Okay.
He's in K1.
Yeah, let me pass the matter and we'll have him zoom in to us. Thank you, sir. He finally turned himself in. Oh, that's good. Court does call the case, People versus John Hagan.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people and standing in for the attorney of record, Amy Reiser.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Hagan. Mr. Hagan, will you unmute and state your name?
There.
John W. Hagan.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
We're requesting an in-person preliminary examination, Your Honor.
Preliminary examination in person, October 24th, 2023, 9 a.m. That is before Judge Barr.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Bond will continue.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but your cord cut out substantially. What was the date? I'm so sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay because you were cutting out, but I don't listen to some of what you say anyway. No. You heard that, right? Okay.
Yes,
It's October 24th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Jesse Johnson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Grace Broughton appearing on behalf of the people and standing in for the attorney of record, Laura Willenberg. I apologize.
Your Honor, Joe Simon on behalf of Mr. Johnson, but I'm getting a message the clerk has stopped my video. I realize the court may not want to see me, but I can't turn it on.
No, because you have like this big picture of you. So we're still not blessed. But go ahead.
In any event, Mr. Johnson, will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, Jesse Johnson.
Thank you, sir. All right, this is going to be a waiver.
That is true, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Johnson, you understand that you're waiving your right to a preliminary exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that's a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offenses alleged were committed and that you committed them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand you'll not have that hearing and you'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. People also waive their right?
Yes, Judge. Yes, thank you.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on all 4 counts. Mr. Simon.
Waive formal reading of information, stand mute, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute. Court will enter not guilty plea as to all counts. Pretrial will be set for
November 27th at 1:30 p.m., which Judge Slay Monday.
November 27th, 2023, 1:30 before Judge Slay Monday.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond continue. Court does call the case, People versus Devon Jenkins Jackson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing on behalf of Mr. Jenkins Jackson. Your Honor, and I am unsure if my client is on the Zoom.
Well, that was confident. Mr. Mr. Jenkins Jackson? He is not here.
Judge, I do not have contact with him. The number that I have is not good, so I have not been able to establish contact with him.
Not smirking. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of 10,000 cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Benjamin Meekoff.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney for the People.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Chan on behalf of Benjamin Meekoff, who's appearing via Zoom. Ben, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Benjamin Meekoff.
Okay, thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Ganatra and I have had an opportunity to talk. This is an alcohol-related case, and the prosecutor would like to see Ben on a sober link for a while to make sure he's continuing to go in the right direction. So I would like if we could have maybe a 60-day so he can establish some recovery capital with the prosecutor, and then we may have an opportunity to work out this case.
60 days. Well, let's do it this way. Won't quite get to 60, but I'll adjourn, understanding what you're attempting to try to do. I'll adjourn probable cause to November 30th, 2023 at 9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue.
And is Mr. Meekoff to report to Community Corrections to get a sober link today?
Well, he should be on one.
He's not.
I am.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have.
Yes.
Okay, if we get, yeah, that's going to work out perfect then. Thank you.
He should have been on one since latter part of September. September 21st is when I ordered it.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. I picked it up shortly after that.
All right. That's okay. Me and Mr. Meekoff know what's going on. That's all right.
That's the most important thing, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nimish.
Jail's up. Okay. Should not try to hold them. Court recalls the case, People versus William Fridge.
Ally Zend on behalf of the people.
Sam Bernstein again for Mr. Fridge, Your Honor. Mr. Fridge, if you're able to unmute, please state your name for us.
Charles Fridge.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Judge, I think the last time Mr. Fridge and I were here, we were trying to set this for exam. And if that's what he continues to wish to do, let's get a date for that, please.
All right. Hold on. Sir, what's your first name?
I'm Charles. I'm not William.
Yeah, that might not.
Okay. Well, great. We have the wrong Fridge.
It didn't sound like my client at all, and I was getting a little worried, but I didn't want to like say anything. And
Yeah, good thing. You should have said something.
That's
All
my
right.
brother. That's my brother.
All right,
your brother,
Charles, thank you. Can we get William? All right, we'll get the right Fridge out. I'll pass William Fridge's matter.
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. He wasn't objecting. He probably liked those charges better. Court calls the case, People State of Michigan versus Lori Emross.
Yeah, Chebelowski for the People.
Good afternoon, Judge. Larry Margolis with Lori Moras via Zoom. Ms. Moras, please introduce yourself.
Lori Eileen Moras.
What are we doing?
So I've been speaking with the prosecutor. There's a companion case, Judge, that is set for 11/2. I think we would like to be with that, and I would be asking with the prosecutor for an adjournment to the 2nd, if that's possible.
That's correct, Judge.
Hearing no objection. Probable cause conference will be adjourned November 2nd, 2023 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There's no Charles. Oh, no, there's no William.
Just Charles.
Okay. Bernstein? You've lost your client, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just fess up.
I guess I'm not ready to proceed today, Your Honor.
We don't, they don't have a William Fridge,
I see. Okay. Sorry about that.
you know, and I'm never gonna help you out again by trying to get your client called up out of the block.
Understandable, given what just happened.
So yeah, my bailiff says they're not helping you either. So you're just making friends. There is still a warrant out on him.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an active community corrections bench warrant.
So we still have a warrant out on him. So what I will do is that I'm not going to set another date. I'm just going to indicate to leave the warrant out. When we catch him, we'll call you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And that's it for me today, Your Honor.
It is. All righty. You take care.
You two have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.
Court calls the case. People versus James Ratliff.
Nimish Ganatra, First Assistant Prosecuting Attorney on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Brian Watkins, P78611, appearing for Mr. Ratliff, who I believe is present via Zoom video conference.
Hey, Mr. Ratliff? He's here. Well, Mr. Ratliff, can you turn on your camera and talk to us? That's a no.
He's been texting me, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, he just muted. Mr. Ratliff, you need to unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you have a camera?
I'm trying to locate that as we speak, and I find
Okay.
you apologize.
No, it's okay. At least we know you're here, unlike Bernstein's client.
Yeah. Amy, but I'm trying
Well,
camera.
okay, no, hold on. What are we intending on doing today? Maybe we don't.
If I may, Your Honor, I had reached out to the prosecutor's office. I understand everyone is busy at the moment, but I do believe that there are a number of issues that, if it would please the court and the people, I'd like to discuss with them before we moved on from a PCC to a decision about whether or not to hold a prelim. So if it would please the court, we'd ask for an adjournment of the PCC.
Mr. Watkins, I have no objection to adjourning the PCC. I'm happy to talk to you before the next date, and maybe we can work this out.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned November 2nd, 2023, 9 a.m. Or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue in this matter. All right.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Court calls the cases of the people versus Tej Seth.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Orlando Simone, Student Legal Services on behalf and with Mr. Sheth, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Sheth, would you please state your name for the court?
Tej Sheth.
Okay. And what are we doing on these cases?
And Your Honor, Ms. Hughes and I have had an opportunity to speak some more about this. I believe we have a resolution, but we will need a very brief adjournment to get our paperwork in order and present it to the court. We will leave that to the court's discretion. But beyond that, I think we'll be ready to proceed at the next opportunity. Thank you.
Probable cause will be adjourned October 26, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond in these matters will continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thanks, Ms. Hughes.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Thank you. You too.
Good seeing you.
The same.
Court calls the case, People versus Carol Taft.
Alex Chabalowski for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christina Costantino appearing on behalf of Miss Carol Taft, who I believe is on Zoom. Miss Taft, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Carol Lynn Taft.
Okay. And counsel, did you receive the bond violation report?
Yes, I did, Judge.
Why don't we deal with that first?
Okay, Judge. If I might, I just want to remind the court, we were here last on September 14th for a PCC. We did discuss some of these violations at that time. And at that time, Ms. Taft was in SPARA inpatient recovery. That is the reason for the majority of those missed tests, because she was in inpatient treatment at that time. She was discharged from inpatient treatment on September 21st. With regards to the September 26th test, she was informed by the testing facility that, Judge, I think what happened was there was a discrepancy about what her testing number was. And it's my understanding that she was provided with a testing number of 3. The testing facility said her testing number was 4. There is a representative on Zoom as well from Avalon Housing who has been helping her get to testing and test. And he confirmed that there was a discrepancy in terms of what her number was. And we don't believe that was actually a properly missed test. Now, with regards to the 3 most recent unable or refusals, Ms. Taft did appear at the testing facility. She did pay for the testing. Unfortunately, due to a medical condition, she was unable to provide a urine sample. She offered to provide an oral sample or a blood sample or any other sample that was available, but unfortunately, the testing facility said she was not able to do so because it wasn't indicated in her file that that type of testing was permitted. But she did appear. It was the basis of a medical issue. And Judge, I think we talked last court date about the difficulties my clients had with testing. She's 74 years old. She has no financial income. She has no transportation. Doug Johnson Hartlam, who's on from Avalon Housing, has provided her substantial assistance with getting to testing. And he's indicated that she has truly made a number of efforts to continue to test. But I do think the unable to test is more accurate than the refusals. And it was due to a medical issue that she's having. So we would ask if the court would consider allowing her to do oral swabs or some other form of testing other than urine samples.
Any response from the people?
Judge, we'll leave it to the court as to what sanction or additional conditions to impose.
Well, this was, I guess, her first unable to or refuse was the 28th of September. And I don't know why they didn't contact the court, because I likely would have switched it in any event, given the circumstances. Ms. Taft, how often are you testing a week?
I believe she's currently testing 1 time per week, Judge.
All right, 1 time.
Your Honor, when I couldn't go one day, I went the next day too. So they had $24 instead of $12. They took my money every time, even though they don't have anything to send the lab. They said they just keep the money.
Oh, so so the 28th you went in, it's an unable to refuse. 29th you went in, it's an unable refuse because of the previous one on the 28th. And each time you paid?
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I asked for my money back and they said, no, we just keep it. I said, what do you do with it? She said, we keep it. I couldn't even turn my phone on because I ran out of money. Ugh.
And Judge, just so the court's aware, I don't believe my clients had any sort of recent criminal history. She's seeing community mental health currently and regularly. She's living currently at Miller Manor. She has the support of Avalon Housing. Frankly, testing is a significant hardship on her.
No, I understand, but given the woman that used to advocate for us was the Avalon woman who was raped and murdered on Chapin Street. So she's no longer able to go from the residence to the police to try to smooth things over. All right. So I just want to make sure I'm correct, Miss Taft, on the 28th and 29th, you paid for both of those tests, right? Yes, sir. And it was my last 12.
And Judge, I believe she also paid on the 2nd, and it was the same issue.
Right, but that may have been a normal. I'm just okay. All right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do, Ms. Taft, because you've got the support of Avalon Housing, which I'm very familiar with, and the you basically have a lot of services that are surrounding you. I'll just put it that way. Yes. So I'm going to change. I'm going to allow oral testing, but what I'm going to do, I guess I could tell them to return your $12, but that's not, it's probably going to be a lot more paperwork than it's worth. So what I'm going to change your testing frequency. Instead of 1 time per week, I'm going to do 2 times per month random. Thank you. So that'd be 2 times in a month that you'll have to do that. All right. Do I have to go to the Department of Corrections, or is it Washtenaw County Courthouse? You'll still go to the same place, but I'm going to allow oral testing 2 times per month instead of the 4 times per month, basically, that you were on. That's very kind. Thank you. That's very kind. All right. Ms. Taft, I want all your tests to be clean. Okay. Okay, but until the deal is, I'll do this, but if you come back with a dirty test, you're going to go on to at least once per week. Okay. Got a deal? Yes, it's a deal, Your Honor. All right. Very good. Okay, so we've taken care of that mess, and they won't. I'm trying to move out of Miller Manor.
Ms. Taft, just
Okay.
We'll get
All right. So now what do we want to do with the case?
Judge, we've had a number of discussions, especially about the potential for this Ms. Taft's case being referred to mental health treatment court. I do believe that would be appropriate. And I have began to draft a referral for the mental health treatment court. But I believe that is the route that we're heading. So we would ask for another PCC in order for all of that to be put into place.
Okay, we can do that. How much time out did you need? Because the referral, if you get the referral over to me, I'll sign it so that at least we can begin that process. I don't know what their timing is at this point on it, but let's do this. I'll adjourn the probable cause. If you get that over to us, get everybody's signatures on it, and then we can look at it. I'll adjourn this to November 2nd, 2023. Maybe we'll have at least a preliminary answer back by that point. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Judge. We appreciate it.
All right. Bond will continue. Thank you. All right,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Taft, take care. Court calls the case. People versus Jolene. Is it Varellin?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Varellin. And good afternoon, Judge Simpson, Brian, Stacy, P3014 on behalf of Ms. Varellin. Judge, I did enter a substitution of attorneys last Tuesday with an attorney. I think her name was Jinian Hamoud. And I don't know if
Yes,
the court
Janine
entered that
Hamoud.
order. Yes, so, and I
Yes,
believe,
and I,
very good.
yep,
And
I
then-
have. Okay, I've signed off on it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge. And then Ms. Verellen should be on the phone, Judge. I've explained to her right to have this matter heard within 21 days. I believe at this time she may be willing to waive that. The reason I'm asking either to adjourn the PCC or to put out the preliminary exam is to give me an opportunity to transcribe the video tapes and interviews, because this is a case about false statement to police, and the nuance of the different statements being made are pretty, I don't want to use the word minuscule, but they're certain sentences can be interpreted different ways. And I think that me having a transcript with the officers on the stand would be very beneficial for my client's defense. And so whatever the way the court wants to handle it, I would just ask for it to be put out 3 weeks, either for the exam or for a new PCC. It would give me a chance to speak with the prosecutor's office too. And I would like to know which prosecutor I should contact in that regard.
Nicole Hughes on behalf of the people. Please feel free to reach out to me. I'll send you an email once we're off the docket, so you have my contact information. Let's set this out for a PCC. Perhaps his transcribing is going to result in additional discovery request. I don't know. So 3 weeks for PCC, please, and thank you.
You think you can get that all done by the 2nd, or you want the 9th of November?
The 9th is open for me, Judge. The 2nd is not really an open date, but the 9th would be great.
Okay. All right. I'll do that. Probable cause conference, November 9th, 2023, 9 a.m. And bond in this matter will continue. All right.
Thank you very much,
Wonderful.
Judge Simpson. Good to see you.
Good seeing you, Mr. Stacy. Take care.
Have a good day.
All right. Is that it? That is it for everything. Everybody, thank you very much. I don't see you. Have a great weekend, and go Terps. All right. 14A stands adjourned.